哇，大号啊！ 2, hey, check 1, 1, 2. 8, 2, 1. Half. Yeah. Go. Good. Thank you. Hey, come on. Hey, check 1, 2. Hey, check 2. Half. Check half. Check 2. Hey. Two, three, check. 2, 3, half, check 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, half, 1, 2, 3, half, check 1, 2, 3, half. Half. 1, 2. Two, half, 1, 2, 3, half, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, high, 1, 2, 3, 2, half. Half. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 2. He. Half. Yeah. Check 2, 3, 4.
How are you? You're alone now. Where's the rest of your team? The whole big gang over there? Hey, 3 days already, soft first row, Who? Jenny also. I heard Jenny also always at the back, right? Yeah, I cannot. It's like only I cannot go that side. My wife is here also. My wife. My family all here. Okay, right?
爱国不是 IPAC OK， 爱国不是 IPAC 啊，爱国是 IPAC 不是 IPAC OK。看看，哎，这个反正啊，这个罗的地方对。
Wait, moment, sir.
No, I asked you. Very still. Ini mah OPP deh, sekali. 不是来万寿时间了， One word, huh?
Hey, yo. I've always been like. No. Yeah. This one.
The day I went to find GC, I went to Jong, I went to take a picture with him. His setup, Poland. Yeah. Then I was with his brother all there, his brother there, his two brothers. His older brother. That time we walked with them, they always come to each other, every day, the wife, they're ready to each other.
A very good evening to viewers on Happy TV. We are right here at Bedok Stadium for the final night of the general election rallies. This is where the Workers' Party will be having their final rally speeches for tonight. Basically tonight we'll be concentrating on the candidates from East Coast GRC as well as Fengshan SMC. So we will see candidates speaking from East Coast GRC that will be led by the team leader Mr. Gerald Giam, as well as Fengshan SMC candidate Mr. Dennis Chan. So East Coast GRC will see a total of 99,118 eligible voters, while Fengshan SMC will see a total of 23,427 voters. So just for background information, Fengshan SMC is a new SMC that is carved out just for this year's general elections. So right now it's just less than 10 minutes to 7 p.m. but the crowd around me, behind me, has already been forming since 6 p.m. and we will be expecting a lot of attendees to be attending the rally tonight, and we will be expecting the stadium to be filled up later as more people stream in towards this rally site. So right now, yes, let's just we will be also expecting Workers' Party to be out in full force with all their candidates on stage later. We have not received the list of speakers as of now, but we will be expecting all the candidates from East Coast GRC as well as Fengshan SMC to be giving their speeches tonight. And so how will Workers' Party fare in a last-minute bid to win votes from Singaporeans before the cooling off day tomorrow? That we'll see later. So stay tuned with us on Happy TV, and we will be streaming live right here from Bedok Stadium.
candidate of Nissan GRC, your MC for tonight's rally. 新加坡的同胞们，工人党的支持者，大家晚上好。我是陈俊元，是今晚工人党的群众大会的司仪。我们第一位演讲者是麦博森的单选区的候选人陈嘉喜。Our first speaker tonight is candidate for McPherson SMC, Mr. Chen Jiaxi Bernard.
Dear fellow Singaporeans and supporters of the Workers' Party, good evening! My name is Chen Jiaxi Bernard, and I'm the Workers' Party candidate for McPherson SMC. Come here. Tonight, in my speech, I want to leave you questions that matter to the future of this nation, questions that you have to think about carefully before casting your vote this coming Friday, questions that will set the WP apart from the PAP. The election process is an exciting one, filled with much anticipation and contemplation. Casting your vote, especially for the very first time, is an empowering process. Your vote can potentially shape the future of our nation. It is a serious decision, but one that I believe all voters will undertake after much responsible thought. The Workers' Party believes that young Singaporeans are the catalyst for a brighter future for Singapore. As such, the Workers' Party proposes to lower the voting age from 21 to 18. This will encourage our young people to have an early interest in political governance. The moment our young people can vote for the future of this nation is the moment our people can dream of a better and empowered future together. So, let's empower them and take this nation to greater heights. As you go to the polls in 2 days' time, ask yourself the following two questions. Number one, what is the kind of political culture you want to see in Singapore? Question number two, what is the kind of Singapore you want your children and grandchildren to grow up in? So let's address the first question first. Ask yourself this. Do you want a political culture where the grassroots and community life are politicized for the eventual benefit of one political party? Or do you want a grassroots where towns and neighborhoods are co-owned and our heritage protected and preserved? Do you want a political culture where the GRC system dilutes the voice of the individual voter? Or do you want a political culture where elections are run on single seats with individual MPs fully accountable to residents? One by one, Q. I'm running in the single seat of McPherson, and throughout the last 9 days, I've been trying to earn the support and vote of each and every voter in McPherson. The same can be said of my opponent. If Ms. Tim Pei Ling can run in the single seat, I am sure all our present and future ministers can hold their own and contest in a single seat. Sadly, they are hiding behind the cover of the GRC system. Just as you have applauded me for my courage, I would like to applaud Ms. Tin for standing up and upholding a clean campaign throughout the last 9 days. Young Singaporeans can take part in politics and do it well. Now back to political culture. Do you want a political culture where the ruling party can threaten residents with the withdrawal of governmental projects and infrastructure development according to the level of support they receive at the general election? Or do you want a government that will serve all Singaporeans, regardless whether they are PAP or WP supporters? In order to better empower our future, the Workers' Party seeks to enhance the democratic process and strengthen parliamentary sovereignty. Members of Parliament should be made fully and clearly accountable to Singaporeans, while partisan gerrymandering and the gaming of the electoral system under the auspices of the Prime Minister's office should be eliminated and guarded against. The powers of Parliament should be enhanced to strengthen its oversight over the executive, especially in the areas of the scrutiny of bills, checks on governmental expenditure, and public education on parliamentary work. Parliament should establish its own cross-partisan public consultation select committee supported by a secretariat. Public consultation on prospective legislation should be transferred from the present feedback portal REACH to the Public Consultation Select Committee. After the conclusion of the select public consultation process, a report should be tabled in Parliament for the Cabinet to respond to. This committee should also be given the power to decide whether a bill should be sent to a select committee for scrutiny. Underlying all these proposals to empower Singaporeans' future is a very simple belief. The government needs to listen more and talk less. There is a saying in Hokkien, 啊，你講講啊，咪掂掂伊人講啦，是我人講的時陣了啦，啊。Question number 2. What is the kind of Singapore you want your children and grandchildren to live in? Do you want a more democratic, diverse Singapore where policies are properly debated and scrutinized by responsible and constructive MPs from different political parties? Or do you want a parliament that is made up entirely of PAP MPs? Do you want a more people-oriented Singapore where all Singaporeans can live, thrive as citizens? Or do you want a results-driven Singapore where Singaporeans and your child are no more than mere digits on an annual report? Do you want a Singapore that values creativity and encourages our children to dream big and think out of the box? Or do you want a Singapore where examination continues to be the sole determining factor in your children and grandchildren's future? Dear fellow Singaporeans, the choice is clear. If you envision a Singapore where the kampong spirit, the community spirit, is a result of co-ownership of the grassroots, vote for the Workers' Party. If you envision a Singapore where all the seats at the general elections are contested over ideas and policies in single seats throughout the island, vote for the Workers' Party. If you envision a Singapore that is democratically diverse, a Singapore that respects all citizens regardless of their political affiliation, and a Singapore that is once again an inspiration to young Singaporeans, vote for the Workers' Party. Dear residents of MacPherson, please allow me to take this opportunity to say a word of thanks. Thank you for your warm handshakes and for inviting me into your house. Thank you for the every packet drink that you have so generously placed before me. Thank you for sharing your stories, your joys, and your worries with me. Thank you, residents of McPherson. Thank you for cheering me on every step of the way. Come September 11th, let's translate the warm support that all of us, all 28 candidates has been receiving over the last 9 days into votes for me in McPherson and the entire Workers' Party team. Please allow me to say a few words in Chinese before continuing in English. 麦波森的居民人，9月11日，让我们携手一起打造一个属于我们的麦波森。9月11日，让我们化你们这9天给予我们的支持为选票，让我有机会成为你们在国会里的代议士。Fellow Singaporeans, you hold the future of this nation in your hands. This is your home and mine. We hold in our hands the ability to shape the collective future of our children and grandchildren. I am not giving up, and you should not. There's so much left to be done. We need Singaporeans to serve one another and to leave this nation a better and more prosperous place than the ones we inherited from our forefathers. If we have the same determination that we see in the eyes of the pioneer generation, if we have the same kind of passion that we saw in our founding fathers, and if we have the same dedication to public service that so many of us in this country have, Singapore will never ever fail. We as a people can do better than this. We as a people will do better than this. We as a people have to do better than this. Come September 11th, let's go to the polling booth together and vote for the Workers' Party to empower your future, my future, and our future. Thank you.
Our next speaker of tonight is a candidate of Nisun GRC. Let's welcome Mr. Fu Sek Guan Kenneth.
新加坡的同胞们和工人党的支持者，大家晚上好。Dear Singaporeans and supporters of the Workers' Party, good evening. My name is Guan, and I'm a candidate for Nisun GRC. Firstly, I would like to thank you for the support shown towards the Workers' Party by joining us today. During our walkabouts and house visits, we are humbled that many residents came to thank us for standing up for them. But, in contrary, we are the ones who should be thankful, as it is you, the voters of Singapore, who dare to make the choice by supporting the Workers' Party. I would say, you are then the real heroes of Singapore. Come September 11, we are going on polls, and I would like to ask, why should we vote for the Workers' Party? The PAP has ruled Singapore since independence. There were many pioneers before us that worked hard to make Singapore what it is today. However, do you think that the current PAP team can lead you through the next 50 years? You're correct. Firstly, I feel that their heart is not in the right place. During a lunchtime rally held on the 8th of September, Lee said, and I quote, "For politics to work, we must have good people in government, capable people, committed people, people who work hard and people whose hearts are in the right place." Unquote. Is it true for the current PAP team? Yes, let me tell you why. Dr. Koh Po Kun, self-declared son of Punggol, deserted Punggol East residents to be the godson of Ang Mo Kio GRC. Mr. Desmond Chu promised that he will stand up for Hougang, and where is he now? Hiding in Tampines GRC. Last but not least, Mr. Ong Ye Kang said in his rally speech in 2011 that he'll be with Arjunit all the way. I think he never finished his sentence. Okay? Maybe he mean all the way from Sembawang GRC. Are these people with the right hearts in the right place? They fought, they lost, and they ran away to seek shelter. Hokkien Way, and then now they go to GRC. This is called Jia Kue Wa Tua Peng. If they are still serving NS, I consider this as AWOL. Come on! PAP has been singing praises of the work that they have done for Singapore in the past 50 years. They are asking you to vote for them based on past records. My question is, if Singaporeans did not stick by them through the thick and thin, would they achieve what they set out to achieve in the first place? Tell them, you are the one that make this possible, not the PAP. PAP keep harping on the fact that voting against them will result in a freak result. Dear voters, I think that you are clever enough to see through their seductive lies. Are they saying that we can't distinguish between a good or bad or credible party to vote for? I think next time when you meet them, you should tell them, stop telling me what to do. Tell them, Lin Pei not stupid, okay? In addition, Mr. Taman said on TV on the 2nd of April 2011 that a strong opposition is good for PAP and Singapore. Dr. Png Eng Huat just a few days ago also appealed to us to bring as many ideas as we can wherever they come from. As such, I plead you, please fulfill their wishes by sending more Workers' Party candidates into the parliament. Last but not least, PAP also like to say that if you vote more oppositions into the parliament, it will lead to instability and there will be a political gridlock. I doubt so. We are a mature and educated society. We know how to make rational decisions. We need to build diversity and seek out different opinions to sharpen the policies. Diversity breeds creativity and innovation which can lead us into the new millennium. Singapore society is the best example of a diverse population which work together to build a strong Singapore today. Dear voters, with the 3 reasons stated, I say, vote for the Workers' Party when we go on the polls on the 11th of September. Now, I would also like to share with you what we hope to achieve together with you. The Workers' Party campaign and manifesto slogan for this election is Empower Your Future. We made over 130 recommendations to improve policies and aspire to create a better society. Tonight, I would like to talk about 3 areas. Firstly, let me touch on building a dynamic and confident people. To advance into the new era, we need to encourage and build a community that is dynamic and confident. People who can think critically and be different. Through our public outreach programs and engaging residents for feedback for policies, we provided aspiring Singaporeans chances to step forward, to voice their opinions and play a role in nation building. 2 days back, 2 youths, Justin and Vijay, who stayed in Nee Soon, approached me at Khatib MRT during my walkabout. They came and they wanted to know more about municipal issues and national issues. They are concerned about the direction of our country. This is the diversity and open communication that we aim to achieve, where everyone plays a part in the nation building. Secondly, we want to build a country focusing on our citizens. We need to build a society where citizens dare to take up challenges to make life better, not only for themselves but for fellow Singaporeans. I'm saddened to hear that some Singaporeans decided to leave Singapore as they felt stressed and lost while trying to find their place in Singapore. We want to forge a stronger national identity where all Singaporeans should stay and work together to achieve our dreams. I would like to share an example of someone who took the challenge, who fought to fight the rights of the Singaporeans. Michael, a Workers' Party supporter with kidney problem, came forward to volunteer for the Workers' Party this election. Despite the challenges faced by him, he wants to make a difference to the political situation in Singapore. One day during our house visit, he felt busy and he wanted to continue but was stopped by the team after much persuasion. Dear Singaporeans, we need more people like Michael who are motivated to stand for our rights and ready to work for it. Do you think Michael deserves a big round of applause from all of you? We urge that you also join us in building a Singapore that's focused on Singaporeans. Last but not least, Singapore must have compassionate and equitable growth. Economic progression must be accompanied by social progression. Singapore has to be a compassionate and accepting society. Moving forward, we will face many challenges such as aging population, income inequality, and other social problems. The Workers' Party aims to work towards a society where everyone looks after each other. It is not about doing great things. It is about doing small things that can make great impact. Even picking up the rubbish after the rally is a behavior that we show Singaporeans that we care. I'm proud of you all. Dear Singaporeans, voters of East Coast GRC and Fengshan SMC supporters, the Workers' Party has put forth our proposals and manifesto for your consideration. Let us work together towards a brighter future. Come September 11, vote wisely. Vote the Workers' Party. Empower our future! Thank you.
Our next speaker the candidate of Marine Parade GRC. Let's welcome Mr. Jong.
各位东海岸和凤山的居民，各位新加坡的同胞们，大家晚上好。这个地方对我很特别，因为我有很多亲戚和朋友都住在这里。我的母校丹马系初级学院 St. Patrick's 和 St. Stephen's 也在这里附近。Good evening, dear residents of East Coast GRC and Fengshan SMC, dear Singaporeans. I'm also sure that there must be many residents of Marine Parade GRC here too. I'm Jong, Workers' Party candidate for Marine Parade GRC. During the last election, I also spoke at this stadium. I'm very happy today that we have very good candidates for the East Coast GRC and Fengshan SMC. I have worked with fellow NCMP Gerald Giam on many parliament and party work. He's hardworking and passionate. Professor Daniel Goh has been a key pillar in our policy research. I've also often worked with Pereira, especially in policy research on economics. Fairoz is a committed and very principled person. Dennis Tan first joined me in house visits in 2011, and he has been since then diligently involved in many aspects of the party work. I'm very happy that he is our candidate for Fengshan SMC because many of my relatives are in Fengshan SMC, and they will be well taken care of by Dennis when you elect him into parliament. As you have heard, the blue sky rises first in the east. And with the blue sky, there will also be the blue marine. Remember, marine is blue, not white. Please vote for our candidates in East Coast, GRC, Fengshan SMC, Marine Parade, and in the other constituencies that we are contesting in. Today, I want to talk about a topic that is very close to my heart, and that is fear. Fear is very real and personal to me. The first fear I wish to talk about is the fear of being involved as an active participant in the political process. Fear had kept me from being involved in the Workers' Party until 2011. I had long wished to be part of the fight for a better Singapore by building a stronger alternative to the PAP. I have been critical of policies in the forum pages of newspapers and in government policy work group that I've been involved in. But taking the stand against the PAP in the political arena was something else. I remember that in 1994, prominent government critic Sylvia Lim was taken to task by then Prime Minister Mr. Goh for stepping over the out of bound or OB markers. Mr. Goh had told Ms. Lim that if a person wishes to comment regularly on politics, the person should do it in the political arena. I was also a critic, and also one who did not yet dare to do it in the political arena. Many of the contracts in my businesses are with the government. Even after I sold away my main business, I still had to deal with the fear that are in my family members. I had to deal with their strong objections for me to be in the opposition. But I'm very thankful that I eventually received their blessings in time for the general elections 2011. And they have since became some of my strongest supporters. Thank you. Having taken that leap of faith, I I have learned that I can overcome fear. As long as one is responsible and rational, people will accord to you respect. My businesses are still now mostly with the government. It has not suffered. I'm especially grateful to my alma mater, Temasek Junior College, for giving me the Distinguished Alumnus Award in 2013, 2 years after I've entered opposition politics. My friends have also not deserted me. For Singapore to have a credible alternative, we need people who are unafraid to step into the political arena. Today, we present to you 28 candidates. I know there can be more. People need to overcome their inner fear. The second fear that I want to talk about is the fear that some voters have that your vote is not secret. I know that it is secret because I took part in the last general elections, and we had witnessed the ballot boxes, the papers being sealed in boxes after counting, with our signatures on the seal of the boxes. The boxes were taken to be burned 6 months later. We have the responsibility to check that our seals are still intact in the boxes before they are burnt. Now, 2 days ago, I was in a condominium interacting with residents, and this question was asked. One of the volunteers, a doctor in a restructured hospital, shared with the group that he has made known openly that he has been and will be voting for opposition, and he continues to receive his promotions. Your vote is secret. Your vote is your sacred choice. You can choose freely who you want to support. You need not fear who you want to vote. I have been voting for the opposition for many years, and I've not been deprived of opportunities, nor has my businesses suffered. The third fear I want to talk about is the fear of a freak result. At every general elections, the PAP will tell you about freak elections in one way or another. Now, with all 89 seats being contested, they are saying it again. First, it is extremely difficult for an opposition to win an election, especially in seats that the PAP is the incumbent. I know this because I've worked very hard in the last general elections, and I came 1% short. The closer you are to the 50% mark, the harder it is to win the swing voters. But of course, we continue to try as hard as we can. The PAP knows the elections results by precincts, which they can study to decide electoral boundaries. The GRC system works to their benefit, as they can best decide how to configure to strengthen their chances. In any case, the elections results reflects the will of you, the people of Singapore. Elections results should be respected. Fourth is a fear that investors will go away if our results are not favorable to the PAP. We should not be having this fear. Many developed countries of comparable population sizes to Singapore have been able to have changes of government without any major issues. Now let me ask, is it more risky to put all your eggs into one basket, into one party? What if the party fails? All the more, we should continue to ensure the future of Singapore by ensuring that there will be continued leadership in the alternative camp. This general elections, you will see many young and professionally competent candidates that the Workers' Party has offered to you. I strongly believe that we can build up alternatives that are respectable, rational, and responsible. Investors will not be afraid when this is so. The only people who will be afraid will be the PAP. finally, there is a fear that the PAP has been trying very hard to put into all of you, that if you vote the alternative in, your estate will be a mess, your town will be a mess up. The people of Hougang, Aljunied, and Punggol East have already showed the way. Thank you very much. Their lives has gone on as per normal. A few days ago, the newspaper reported that the residents in Aljunied have seen more of the human touch in their town. And after years of brave voters of opposition was resisting PAP upgrading carrots, the PAP has relented on their bad policies of voting, of upgrading for votes. Today, you see lives and estates being improved in Aljunied, Hougang, and Punggol East. Thanks to all of you. Our commitment, our firm commitment, will be to ensure that your estate will continue to be run well. American President Franklin D. Roosevelt has said, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Dear Singaporeans, fear will only set you back. Fear will stop you from realizing what they are capable of. We need to empower ourselves to build a better future. Come September 11, vote with your heart. Vote without fear. Vote the Workers' Party. Empower your future.
Before we go to the next speaker, can I request that all the participants please take a seat in front of me and to my left so that everyone has a fair chance to participate in tonight's rally. Thank you. 请在我们台前面的各位群众坐下来，所以大家都有一个机会看看我们今晚的群众大会。谢谢你。Our next speaker tonight is a candidate of Marine Parade GRC. Let's welcome Miss He Ting Ru.
各位东海岸凤山区的选民，你们好吗？各位新加坡的同胞们，晚上好。Dear voters of East Coast GRC, Fengshan SMC, fellow Singaporeans, good evening. When I was in primary 2, I took home with me from school this book here. I kept it with me throughout the years. I don't know how many of you will remember it, but it is entitled The Next Lap. It was exciting. Had an autograph of our Prime Minister at the front, and was produced to mark 25 years of nationhood. It had the hopes and aspirations of Singaporeans in 1990. Being just 7 years old, the pictures caught my eye more than my words. But to the young me, this book symbolized a truth. The country that I was born in was something special. We have plenty to look forward to. Today, I still believe that we are special, that we should be confident about our future, that we still have much to be grateful for, so much to be proud of, to call Singapore our home. However, when I look through the book today, I notice a few things. The book's first chapter is on people, our most precious resource. 25 years on, are we treated like Singapore's most precious resource? The book also talks about increasing birth rates, reducing class sizes, increasing productivity by 3 to 4% a year, increasing home sizes, a public transport system that works, smooth traffic on our roads, and this is my favorite, CPF as a comprehensive social security net. 25 years on, have we achieved any of this? 25 years on, what are our goals and dreams for the next 50 years? What can we do to make sure that we achieve them? Earlier this year, the Workers' Party Youth Wing launched our SG100 project. We wanted to ask Singaporeans, especially those under 40, to share their dreams and hopes for where Singapore would be in 2065. We believe that while we look back with gratitude over the last 50 years, we also need to look at the future to decide together what we want it to be. During our SG100 art competition, children and young Singaporeans across our constituencies submitted artwork about their vision for SG100. Some were light-hearted, including one showing free ERP. But key themes that emerged strongly were happiness, harmony, diversity. These are also key themes that residents have brought up during our interaction on the ground with them. We need to be proud that these values are ingrained in so many of us, young and old. We need to ensure these remain values which we fight to preserve. Another Singaporean said, yes, for SG50, we honor our pioneer generation. But we too are pioneers. We are pioneers because we wake up each morning determined to fight for a better life for us and our loved ones. Voters in Hougang, Aljunied and Punggol East, you are pioneers because you voted for more Workers' Party MPs in Parliament to make the government listen more to the voices of you, the people. All of us here in this field, despite the haze, the possibility of rain, the possibility of mud, are pioneers because we love our country, because we want to do what we can to ensure a bright future for it. So what do we pioneers want? For SG100, we want to harness our energy as a young nation moving ever onwards by ensuring that we focus on the Singaporean core with a dynamic population. We know that our people, like our flats, need constant care and upgrading. For SG100, we want progress. We want confident workers and businesses to bring Singapore to the next level of development. We know a sustainable economy is key to our future success. For SG100, we want equality with aspiring students and families. We know that we must help one another realize our dreams. For SG100, we want justice with a Singapore that is both our city and our home. We know that this must be co-created by Singaporeans with strong roots to our land. For SG100, we want democracy. We want a robust governance system that promotes solidarity and trust among citizens. We know that we must work together towards a more responsible public sphere. For SG100, we want peace. We want a Singapore that is confident, a good citizen of the world. We know that we must promote peace and development. These are the chapters in our 2015 manifesto. It does not contain pretty pictures, but it has the Workers' Party's detailed proposals for the ways in which this can be achieved. Over the last weeks and months, one of the most common phrases I have heard as I met fellow Singaporeans was, "Don't worry, don't worry." Fellow Singaporeans have been coming up to shake our hands, cheer us on, and say to us, "Don't worry, we will support you. Don't worry, we are behind you. Don't worry, we have got your backs." You do not know how much strength and courage these words have given us through our campaign. And tonight, I would like to say the same to you, my fellow Singaporeans. Don't worry. Singaporeans know how to come together. Look at all of you here today. Singaporeans know how to vote wisely, to think about what is best for our country in the long term. Singaporeans know that together we can overcome obstacles and move forward as one. Singaporeans know that to march towards SG 100, we want confidence, not complacency, solidarity, not division, diversity, not dominance, humility, not arrogance, faith, not fear. My fellow Singaporeans, tomorrow is cooling off day. It is supposed to be a day of reflection, a day for us to think about the future of our country, a day to perhaps read the Workers' Party manifesto and to think about the pioneering spirit that we Singaporeans have held and always will hold dear. A day to think about the choices that we have to make in that polling booth on 11th September. In my first speech a week ago, I hoped that everyone would ask yourself 3 questions in the polling booth on 11th September. 1. Do we want more diverse voices in Parliament? 2. Should our children be able to speak out responsibly without fear? 3. Do we want empowered citizens to create a society for each and every one of us to thrive in? Now, as then, I hope the answer is yes. A vote for the Workers' Party is a vote to say yes to an empowered people marching confidently towards a bright SG 100. A vote for the Workers' Party is to say yes to us working together, yes to the pioneering spirit, and yes to create an even better, more stable future for our Singapore. Empower your future, vote for the Workers' Party.
Thank you, Ting Ru. Okay, now for a little announcement. Do you want more people to be able to join this rally? Yeah! Okay, the people outside are not able to come in. Can I ask the people in the stadium to move inwards such that the people outside can come in to join us? Thank you very much. Move inwards. The people are coming in from that side. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention now? The next speaker for tonight is the candidate from Png Eng. 接下来的演讲者是我们凤山的候选人 Daniel Goh 陈立峰。
Good evening.
special occasion for me here at this place in Bedok. As you can see, the flags behind me, that is Png Shan. So on behalf of the Png Shan residents, I welcome you to Png Shan. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the many kind residents of Png Shan who are very encouraging and extended their hospitality to me in the last 9 days. And also they have extended very kind hospitality to my team of volunteers as well. Thank you very much. 各位凤山选民，各位东海岸选民，各位新加坡同胞，大家好！非常感谢大家今天来到部落体育场。今天我很高兴能够在这里跟你们致辞。这里就是凤山，欢迎你们到凤山。我借此机会想感谢凤山居民这9天来对我跟我的志工团的招待、欢迎和支持，谢谢。I will first speak in Mandarin before I speak in English. 我的名字叫陈立峰，我是凤山单选区的候选人。过去4年来，虽然我没有机会在此为你们服务，不过我曾在阿育尼集选区协助费沙和陈秀茂议员，每周接见选民的活动，帮助起草信件，同时帮忙负责后港法律诊所，以协助在阿育尼、榜儿东和后港的居民的法律资讯。我希望我有机会利用这些基层工作的一点经验，来为凤山的居民服务。在过去2年来，我在东海岸和凤山的家访中遇到许多居民向我提出了各方面的问题，如在凤山，如大那梅拉地铁站有一边没有电梯，老年人上下不方便；还有在新方北路围列货车问题，以及在大排180多座的艺文直升等问题。如果得到你们的支持，进入国会，有效管理市政会将是我的首要任务。我也会更加勤奋地做家访，多了解你们所关注的问题。除了管理市政会，更重要的是在国会为你们发声，会响应到你们衣食住行的政策发言。我们的公共交通、医疗设施、祖屋政策、人民的公积金、人口政策等等，对我们的孩子，还有我们的后代子孙，都有着重大和长远的影响，不能够等闲视之。昨天有一位住在新方北路地区的一位居民和我谈起有关本地专业人士、经理和执行人员 PMET 的情况。虽然立法规定雇主聘请员工要以本地人为先，但事实上本地员工在寻找工作时常常吃亏和遇到不平等的待遇。你们需要一个为你们的利益发言的人。很遗憾的，代表凤山区的国会议员过去4年来在国会里金口不开， 一句话都没说。你们在国会里宝贵的4年，很冤枉的都被浪费掉了。今天小弟毛水自荐，请你们支持我，把我送进国会，为你们发声，好不好？人口白皮书是全国人民最关心的课题，也是人民最担心的。住屋、病床、公共交通、学校名额等等，都使到我们大家感受到人口增加的压力。2013年，白皮书法案在国会提出时，虽然有行动党议员表示并不同意，但是在投票表决的关键时刻，在场的行动党议员全部投票赞成。在野党力量微薄，无法阻止法案的通过，所以我们需要更多的在野党议员进入国会。我们需要多一点公园党的议员进入国会，监督制衡我们的政府，这样我们才能确保国家政策符合人民的利益，让我们民众，让我们人民掌握民权，把握我们的未来。你们说好不好？9月11号，请投我陈立峰1票，请投工人党1票，让我做你们的大力士。请投工人党1票，掌握民权，把握未来。Dear voters of Pengshan SMC, East Coast GRC and fellow Singaporeans, I am Dennis Tan Lip Fong. I am your candidate in Pengshan. At our first Workers' Party rally on 2nd of September, I say it's important that we have opposition MPs to provide checks and balance and to speak up for you in Parliament. If elected, I will definitely be speaking out for you in Parliament. Today, I want to talk to you about how I intend to serve you locally. In the last 4 years, I was not able to serve you here in Fengshan as I was not an elected MP. But in the last 4 years, I was helping out in grassroots activities as well as weekly Meet the People sessions with Chen and Muhammad Faisal and Pai Lebar and Kaki Bukit divisions of Arjunit GRC. I spoke with many residents, wrote down case notes for the MPs, and drafted letters on their behalf. I hope that my little experience will be of some use in serving residents in Fengshan. If elected, the cleanliness of the estate and the efficiency of the essential services will be among my priorities. If all the Workers' Party candidates in Fengshan SMC and East Coast GRC are elected, we will run the town council together. We have absolute confidence in our combined management and professional experience to do this confidently for you. We can also tap on the experience and expertise of our other MPs in the other towns. Together with my colleagues from our East Coast team, we have walked East Coast GRC, including Fengshan, for more than 2 years. We did weekly house visits for the HDB blocks, as well as the private landed estate. During the campaign period, my team and I have also tried to visit every flat and every house. I am very sorry if you were not at home when we came by or we have missed you for any reason. If elected, I plan to be on the ground as often as I can, doing house visits and also spending time with you in the market and coffee shops. I think this is probably the best way to know you and to understand your concerns so that I know how to assist you or to voice your concerns and speak up for you in Parliament. During my house visits in Png Eng, I have had many conversations with residents and I thank them for sharing with me all their concerns. They brought up many issues. Some of the local issues for Png Eng include the absence of ramp and lift access for the elderly and disabled on the Tanah Merah side of the Tanah Merah MRT station, illegal parking problems for residents around Simpang Bedok, the lack of a bus shuttle service at Bedok North Street 2, and persistent dengue risk around the blocks numbered 180 something over there. Policy issues. Residents also shared with me many policy related issues that affect ordinary Singaporeans. I have spoken on retirement adequacy last Saturday. Today I will talk about a few more issues. First, let's talk about the Pioneer Generation Package. During my walkabouts in Png Eng, some of the Pioneer Generation residents told me that more should be done. It's not enough. The coverage should be increased. It should go beyond payment for medicine. Also, what are the government's plans for the future elderly, those reaching 65 in the future years? Does the government have similar plans to cover them? What about public transport for our elderly? The elderly in Malaysia, those above 65, they are entitled to substantial concessionary fares at all times of the day for public transport. Why? For a Singapore which is supposed to be a first world country, why can't we do something similar? Why can't our elderly travel at substantial concessionary fares at all times of the day? The government could also consider extending the taxi subsidy scheme that's currently in place for disabled Singaporeans to our pioneer generation. Whilst the PGP is a long overdue steps in the right direction, we must ensure that help for our seniors do not stop there. We must have a comprehensive approach to make sure that they can 安享晚年. Next, I'm going to talk about a very favorite topic that residents have raised, the plight of the PMETs. Yesterday, as I was visiting residents in the Simpang Bedok area of Png Eng, a resident who is a senior executive in the MNC stopped his car and shared with me his concern about job security for PMETs. It was very kind of him. In fact, many residents talked to me about this issue. It is not uncommon, as many of us will know, for the senior executive of MNCs in foreign companies which set up offices in Singapore to have a preference in employing staff from the same country of their origin as themselves. Is this because we do not have enough Singaporean PMETs who can work in these management positions? If that is the case, why is it that there is a large number of Singaporean PMETs who are forced to go overseas to work? Is the PAP so afraid of the MNCs and foreign companies that they let them do whatever they want? Many local PMETs face competition from cheaper foreign employees on employment passes. There is no clear quota for employment pass holders, unlike S passes and work permits. As a result, employers and frequently foreign companies setting up shop here often do not make genuine attempts to employ locals. The fair consideration framework supposedly set up to ensure that the employers seriously consider employing locals first is toothless. It does not ensure that Singaporeans are not discriminated against. It does not even try to discourage employers from employing foreigners. The period required to advertise for local employees is too short. As a result, Singaporean PMETs, especially those who are of older age and may command higher salary, face unfair competition from foreign workers, especially those who may be willing to work for lesser pay. A friend of mine who is in senior management in the MNC once told me that his company reviewed the fair consideration framework and decided that they did not need to change their employment practices. I think that says a lot about how inadequate the FCF is in protecting the interests of Singaporeans. I cannot understand why the PAP has so little faith in us Singaporeans. Do they think you have no talent? And that is why they need to bring more foreign talent? They want your support, yet they look down on you. If you would like the employment policies to be changed and job security for local PMETs to be enhanced, vote for the Workers' Party and let the Workers' Party continue to put pressure on the government to bring job security back for us. White paper on population. The PAP MPs voted for the population white paper in 2013. In this election, the PAP candidates are all keeping very quiet on this issue. My colleagues have spoken much about this issue, but what I want to remind you is this. The PAP is not going to U-turn on this yet. Not yet. With 7 elected MPs in the last parliament, it was not enough to make the PAP U-turn on this. Fellow Singaporeans, if you are against the white paper on population, come September 11, vote the Workers' Party. Send more Workers' Party MPs into parliament and force them to change their plans. Dear Fengshan residents, there are many more policy issues that residents have shared with me and would like me to bring out. As a WPMP, I would like to be able to go to Parliament and speak up for you. And I hope you give me the chance. Your last PAP MP failed to speak up even once in Parliament in the last 4 years. Now, if you elect another PAP MP, do you think she is going to speak up against the PAP ministers? Do you think she is going to vote against bills and policies which PAP ministers are introducing? So what is the point of voting one more PAP MP? There are so many issues of policies that need to be resolved, so many problems. So many policy problems created by the PAP government, but instead of spending time and resources fixing the problem, the PAP spend much of their time and considerable resources of the civil service fixing the Workers' Party and our Ajuni MPs. Mind you, these resources belong to our country and our taxpayers, not the PAP. Like in the past, the PAP forgets one important thing. When you try to fix elected representative of the Workers' Party, you are not showing respect to the people who elected them. What should Singaporeans do to a party with no respect for the electorate? Vote them out! Dear residents of Fengshan and East Coast, come September 11, vote for the Workers' Party. Remove the white case around Bedok, Simei and Changi and bring on a new blue sky. Vote for me, Dennis Tan Mekong. Vote for the Workers' Party. Together, let us empower your future.
Thank you, Dennis. The next speaker is a candidate for East Coast GRC, Mohammed Fairoz bin Sharif.
My fellow Singaporeans and residents of East Coast GRC and Fengshan SMC, good evening. My name is Muhammad Fairoz. I am the Workers' Party candidate for East Coast GRC. Please allow me to speak first in Malay and then in English. Assalamualaikum para penduduk East Coast GRC dan Fengshan SMC. Rapat pada malam ini adalah rapat terakhir bagi Parti Pekerja. Sebelum ini, saya telah berkongsi dengan anda sedikit sebanyak mengenai diri saya dan salah satu isu yang saya amat prihatin. Pada malam ini, saya akan bercakap tentang inspirasi, semangat dan harapan. Saya akan mulakan ucapan saya dengan menyentuh tentang inspirasi. Saya dan rakan-rakan sepasukan saya, Gerald, Daniel dan Leon telah memulakan kegiatan-kegiatan jangkauan kami di GRC East Coast lebih dari 2 tahun yang lalu. Dalam masa itu, kami telah mencuba untuk bertemu dengan sebilangan besar penduduk-penduduk di GRC ini. Saya amat terharu dengan sokongan yang anda telah berikan kepada saya dan rakan-rakan sepasukan saya. Ramai daripada anda telah menyambut kami dengan mesra apabila kami mengunjungi rumah anda. Ramai daripada anda telah mengucapkan selamat dan maju jaya kepada kami apabila kami menemui anda di kedai-kedai kopi, pasar dan pusat penjajah. Malah, ada juga yang membelikan kami minuman semasa kami berkempen. Para penduduk GRC East Coast, anda adalah inspirasi kami. Banyak cadangan yang kami telah kemukakan di dalam manifesto kami adalah berdasarkan maklum balas anda. Manakala harapan dan aspirasi anda untuk membina Singapura yang lebih baik telah memberi inspirasi kepada saya dan rakan-rakan pasukan saya untuk melangkah ke hadapan sebagai calon Parti Pekerja bagi GRC East Coast. Para penduduk GRC East Coast, pada 11 September, berilah kami peluang untuk berkhidmat sebagai ahli parlimen anda. Undilah kami supaya kami boleh menjadi suara yang membawa harapan dan aspirasi anda ke parlimen. Undilah kami supaya kita dapat bekerjasama dalam membina masa depan yang lebih cerah untuk diri anda, anak-anak anda dan Singapura yang kita cintai. Sekarang saya akan bercakap tentang semangat. Saya amat terharu dengan semangat yang ditunjukkan oleh sukarelawan-sukarelawan yang telah membantu kami dalam tempoh 2 tahun yang lalu dan dalam tempoh 9 hari berkempen. Ramai di antara sukarelawan kami adalah penduduk GRC East Coast dan SMC Fengshan. Sukarelawan kami adalah sumber semangat kami. Mereka tampil ke hadapan untuk membantu kami bukan kerana nasi lemak percuma atau tempat letak kereta percuma. Tidak. Mereka tampil ke hadapan untuk membantu kami kerana mereka benar-benar percaya bahawa kami boleh membina masa depan yang lebih cerah untuk anak-anak kita dan negara kita. Mereka tampil ke hadapan untuk membantu kami kerana mereka benar-benar percaya bahawa penduduk GRC East Coast patut diberi pilihan yang sebenar dalam pilihan raya ini. Mereka tampil ke hadapan untuk membantu kami kerana mereka benar-benar percaya bahawa masa depan anda patut diperkasakan. Terima kasih kepada semua sukarelawan yang telah memberi kami semangat untuk memperkasakan masa depan anda. Akhir sekali, saya akan bercakap tentang harapan. Saya adalah seorang ahli sejarah. Lazimnya, kita memahami subjek sejarah sebagai kajian mengenai peristiwa-peristiwa yang telah berlaku pada zaman silam. Tetapi, sejarah adalah lebih daripada itu. Sejarah adalah sebuah subjek yang mengkaji orang-orang dan peristiwa-peristiwa yang telah membentuk kita dan yang akan membentuk masa depan kita. Penduduk GRC East Coast, GRC anda berdiri di barisan hadapan dalam harapan kita untuk membina sebuah Singapura yang lebih baik. Dalam rapat pilihan raya saya yang pertama, saya telah bertanya soalan-soalan ini. Adakah kita inginkan sebuah Singapura yang terus didominasi oleh suara PAP? Atau adakah kita inginkan sebuah Singapura di mana suara-suara anda boleh didengar? Penduduk GRC East Coast, pada 11 September, anda akan menentukan masa depan Singapura. Anda yang akan menentukan sama ada parlimen kami akan terus didominasi oleh suara PAP atau suara anda akan didengar di parlimen. Saya percaya kita semua ingin membina masa depan yang lebih cerah untuk diri kita, anak-anak kita dan Singapura. Pada 11 September, undilah Parti Pekerja memperkasakan masa depan anda. I will now speak in English. Residents of East Coast GRC, tonight is the Workers' Party final rally for GE2015. In my first rally speech, I had shared with you a little bit about myself. In my second rally speech, I had shared with you about the issue that I am passionate about. Tonight, I will talk about inspiration, strength, and hope. Let me begin by first talking about inspiration. It has been a truly long journey for me and my teammates, Gerald, Daniel, and Leon. Together with Dennis, we began our outreach activities at East Coast GRC more than 2 years ago. In that time, we have tried our very best to meet with as many residents in East Coast GRC as we possibly can. I am truly humbled by the support that you have given to me and my teammates in the past 2 years and in the past 9 days of campaigning. Many of you have warmly greeted us when we knocked on your doors during our house visits. Many of you have wished us well when we meet you at the coffee shops, markets and hawker centres. Some of you have even provided us with packets of cold drinks and kopi O. Residents of East Coast GRC, you are our inspiration. Your concerns and feedback have inspired many of the proposals found in our party's manifesto. Your hopes and aspirations for a better Singapore have inspired me and my teammates to step forward as the Workers' Party candidate for East Coast GRC. Residents of East Coast GRC, come September 11, please provide me and my teammates with the chance to serve you as your elected MPs. Vote for us to be the voice that brings up your concerns in Parliament. Vote for us to be the voice that carries your hopes and aspirations in Parliament. Vote for us so that we can work together to build a better future for ourselves, our children, and our beloved Singapore. I will now talk about strength. Throughout this long journey, I have been truly humbled by the strength and passion shown by the many volunteers who have helped us in the past 2 years and in the past 9 days of campaigning. Many of our volunteers are also residents of East Coast GRC and Fengshan SMC. Our volunteers are the source of our strength. They did not come forward to help me and my teammates because of free nasi lemak or free parking. No! They came forward to help us because they truly believe that our children and our beloved nation deserve a better future. They came forward to help us because they truly believe that you, the residents of East Coast GRC, deserve to be given a genuine choice in these elections. They came forward to help us because they truly believe that your future deserves to be empowered. Thank you to all the volunteers who have given us the strength to empower your future. certainly not the least, I will talk about hope. I am trained as a historian. Most of the time, we understand history as the study of events that had occurred in the past. But history is more than just about dates and events. History is about the people and the events that have shaped our present and will shape our future. Residents of East Coast GRC, your GRC stands at the forefront of our hope for a better Singapore. In my first rally speech, I had asked the following questions. Do we really want a Singapore that continues to be dominated by the voice of the PAP? Or do we want a Singapore that allows many voices, that allows your voices to be heard? Residents of East Coast GRC, come September 11th, you will decide the future of Singapore. It is you who will decide if our future will continue to be dominated by the voice of the PAP, or if our future is one where your voices will be heard. I know that all of us want to build a better future for ourselves, for our children, and for Singapore. Come September 11th, let us make history. Let us take charge of our future. Vote the Workers' Party. Empower your future.
Thank you, Fairoz. The next speaker is also a candidate from East Coast GRC, Pereira.
Presidents of East Coast GRC and Png Eng Huat SMC, my fellow Singaporeans, good evening. 大家晚上好. Salam sejahtera. Vanakkam. Please let me speak in Malay and Chinese and then in English. Boleh? Pada hari Khamis, rakyat Singapura akan membuat keputusan yang amat penting. Kalau anda mengundi PAP, pemerintah mungkin akan teruskan dasar-dasar yang tidak selaras dengan harapan anda untuk tanah air kita. Seperti dasar-dasar populasi mereka. Semenjak 2011, tahun 2011, pemerintah telah membuat beberapa kebelakang pusing kepada dasar-dasar mereka. Kerana anda telah mengundi untuk parti pembangkang di pilihan raya 2011. Kami dari Parti Pekerja ingin berkhidmat untuk anda. Kawan sepasukan saya, Muhammad Fairoz, adalah seorang yang saya amat hormati. Beliau telah meninggalkan jawatannya sebagai seorang penjawat amam untuk bertanding di pilihan raya ini. Saya harap pengorbanannya tidak sia-sia. Undilah Parti Pekerja untuk memperkasakan masa depan anda. Xie xie你们前来支持工人党。我要谢谢尽心尽力教我华语的蔡老师。虽然我的华语说的还不好，请大家多多包涵，我一定会努力学习。请从 低调，谢谢。Friends, this is our last rally of this campaign, and I want to start by thanking the People's Action Party for all its contributions to Singapore, as I did in the TV debate 9 days ago. And I want to say this even though I know that the PAP will never, ever thank any opposition party for contributing anything to Singapore. I say this, my friends, I say this to stress that the Workers' Party does not want to undermine what is good about Singapore. In Parliament, we supported what they did that was good, like the Pioneer Generation Package, and we criticized what was bad, like the Population White Paper. But my friends, Singapore's success was not just due to the PAP. We should thank many others. We should thank our Pioneer Generation Singaporeans. Many of them are still working hard to make ends meet, content in the hope that their children's lives will be better than theirs. We should thank the philanthropists who built schools and hospitals like Tan Kah Kee, Lee Kong Chian, Syed Omar bin Mohammed Al Sadaf, and T. Govindasamy Pillai. My friends, we should thank civil society pioneers like Teresa Sue Chi. We should thank our pioneering civil servants like Mr. Nyam Tong Dao, who once said that Singapore is more than just the PAP. Thanks to all their contributions, we are proud to be Singaporeans today. Friends, what matters in this country is not only the relationship between the PAP and Singapore. What matters is our relationship as Singaporeans with one another. My friends, it is said that Singapore is a country that works. But works at doing what? Is it what you want? Singapore is rated tops in the world in many things. But as you weigh up how to cast your precious vote, please ask yourself this. Can you identify in your heart with all the policies of the government? My friends, remember 2001. If a party campaigned for the 2001 election and promised to grow the population to 5.5 million, to underinvest in flats, trains, buses and hospitals, if a party promised to do all that, would you have voted for them? And yet the PAP secured 75% of the vote share in 2001, and with that mandate they went on to do just that. That did not happen, my friends, because the PAP are bad people or that they are corrupt. No, they're not. It happened because the PAP just had different ideas about where our country should go, different from you and me. Their policies no longer reflected the political character of Singapore. The PAP started reversing course only after 2011, after your vote got them to do so. The Prime Minister called it a strategic shift. I call it a political shift. But we in the Workers' Party did not reverse. We were always here. We are the party of David Marshall, founded in 1957 and proud of it. We have always embraced rational, social democratic principles that support, not undermine, economic competitiveness. Our 2011 manifesto called for delinking HDB BTO prices from resale prices and for compulsory medical insurance, for risk pooling. The PAP did both after 2011. We always sought a Singapore where everyone can fulfill their true potential, not only the natural aristocracy. The past 4 years, my friends, stand as proof that Singapore works better with a strong, responsible opposition. The credit, my friends, because the PAP likes to talk about credit. The credit, my friends, goes not to the Workers' Party or the PAP. The PAP are not heroes for starting to fix the problems that they themselves created. You are the heroes for making sure they did so. You are the heroes for asserting that this is our country. It does not belong to any party. It's you that did this. My friend, there is still so much more to do. We have to fix our retirement system, our transport system, our population policy, our housing prices, our social safety nets for the poorest. But what connects all of these problems together is a deeper problem. The 2011 Asia Barometer survey revealed that 58% of Singaporeans felt that they don't have the power to influence government policy and actions. 58%, my friends. Is this healthy for Singapore? The PAP have asked you for a stronger vote share. They are using all the government machinery at their disposal to back them up. We know them. We know how they work. Friends, we have been talking to many voters in East Coast GRC and Fengshan SMC. Why did they carve out Fengshan SMC from East Coast GRC? Do you want to reward this action? In this election, we ask you not just to vote against the PAP, but to vote for the Workers' Party. We all think of the Workers' Party hammer as something to whack, to hantam. But my friends, the hammer is also a tool to build. The hammer knocks in the nails, joins the wood, and helps to build a new home. In all the constituencies, my friends, in all the constituencies with Workers' Party MPs, our WP team has maintained town council services to the same standard as the PAP according to the HDB's own reporting, and I'm so proud of that. In our constituencies, we run vibrant grassroots activities for residents. We reach out to families, we help solve problems, and we do this in spite of not having even a tiny fraction of the resources the PAP has from the People's Association. We work very hard to do so. That's why we're called the Workers' Party, you know? And my friends, the backbone of all this work is our wonderful Workers' Party volunteers. They will not get any National Day medals or priority admission to choice schools for their kids or nasi lemak. They do it because they love Singapore. They are the most awesome group of people I know. They are my heroes. My friends, if you give us a chance to serve you, we will do the same in your constituencies. We'll use our hammer to build. And as your elected MPs, we'll say and do what the PAP MPs cannot. Our GE2015 manifesto has over 130 sensible, well-researched policy recommendations for a more affordable, livable, democratic Singapore. Recommendations that are fiscally responsible and will not cause budget deficits or touch the reserves. That's what we'll do. We'll raise these in Parliament. Let's change that. You have the power to decide how you vote. That one precious vote gives you the power to shake this country. My friends, let Friday be our day of national service. Please vote for the Workers' Party to empower your future and to empower your children's future. Memperkasakan masa depan anda. 让我民选，大我未来。Thank you.
Thank you, Leon.
Fengshan SMC. I love you guys. In our walkabouts in Bedok and Simei, I made it a point to greet and shake the hands of young people and children. Many of them will look surprised. Some will be very shy and they will say, "But I cannot vote." I wanted to tell them, you are the reason why I'm doing this. I'm fighting this good fight, not that but so that our children can have a better life. The PAP is campaigning on their track record this election. They have indeed done a good job in creating a better life for Singaporeans. I am a beneficiary of the nation-building efforts of our founding political leaders. But something changed in the last 20 years. The PAP today is not the PAP of the early decades. What our founding political leaders did right was to turn a colonial metropolis into a city we can call home. Singaporeans could afford homes, be secure in their jobs, raise their families without stress, enjoy town facilities for their everyday life, identify and be proud of their town. Then in the 1990s, something changed. The PAP introduced privatization and market forces began to dominate our lives. We became a global city with fancy skyscrapers flooded by foreign talents and luxury cars, and our cost of living shot through the roof. Singaporeans are told today by our current leaders that it is all our fault because we are not hungry enough. When we gave feedback to them, our current leaders would scold us for complaining too much and told us to be grateful for what we have. This is why we have to oppose the 6.9 million population plan. It is a plan to continue with the global city model and foreign talent focus. The Workers' Party wants to revive Singapore as a home city again. A home city is where families can afford HDB flats again. We are calling for the prices of BTO flats to be delinked from land costs and pegged to the median income of applicants. Homeowners will only need to pay about 25% of their monthly salary for 20 years, not 25 to 30 years, to own a home. We are also calling for the government to revive our town centres with hawker centres, coffee shops, HDB shopping plazas, and shop houses with low rents and diverse retail mix. The PAP must understand that these places do not just provide for food and services. These are also places our children grow up with and in. These are places our children will fight and make up with their friends. They will fall in love and get heartbroken in these places. They will spend quality time with us parents. These are places where our cherished memories of love and life are burned into the concrete. When we visit the Block 216, Block 58 and Block 16 markets in Bedok, we often meet former Bedok residents now living in Tampines, Punggol and elsewhere. They travel all the way back here in Bedok to have coffee, to meet with old friends and to relive their memories regularly. They apologize to us when we shake their hands, saying that they can't vote for the Workers' Party. I wanted to tell them, no, thank you. Thank you for continuing to keep these places alive by coming back with your chatter, your laughter and memories. We are proud of our global city. We are proud of our global city, but we also want a home city that is not dominated by the market logic. We want a home city that is filled with a human touch and the warmth of the Singaporean spirit. The PAP's population policy is a recipe for overdevelopment. In order to keep up with high economic growth, the PAP intends to use 10 of the 14% of the total land area kept in reserve today in the next 15 years. We will end up only with 4% land reserves in 2030. This means we are not leaving much behind to our children. Our precious natural and cultural heritage will have to be sacrificed. This is the trade-off. Singaporeans will need to surrender our land reserves and our heritage so that the elites can have their shining global city. I think this is a very bad deal. In their population policy, the PAP proposes to invest and build ahead to accommodate 1.5 million more people, mostly foreigners. I was very frustrated when I read this in 2013. With the introduction of BTO in the early 2000s, the PAP refused to build ahead to accommodate tens of thousands of Singaporean couples who were in the long queues to buy HDB flats so that they can start a family. Our low birth rates is partly caused by the longer wait for BTO flats. Now, instead of empowering Singaporeans to start families, the PAP is trying to solve the problem they have caused in the first place by building ahead to accommodate more immigrants, foreigners. I do not understand the logic. The PAP can build ahead for 1 million foreigners, but you cannot build ahead for 10,000 of your own people. Our population policy must focus on Singaporeans and Singaporeans first. And the reason is very simple. We must do this for our children, to leave a sustainable Singapore for them. I want our children to be able to roam Singapore to discover our heritage and appreciate our cultural and natural heritage in person, not just hang out in crowded shopping malls with air condition and bright lights and never see the blue sky. My fellow Singaporeans, Mr. Png Eng Huat says that the PAP will work with you to find a balance that Singaporeans can live with. The PAP wants to find a balance. I agree, we need a balance, and this is what we will do, the Workers' Party MPs will do if elected into Parliament. We will represent you, the people, and work with the government to find a balance. But we will not just seek a balance. We will not just seek a balance that Singaporeans can live with, can just tahan. We live only once. Our life is too short, too special, and we should not be just barely tolerable. The population policy balance should not be just whether we can tahan or cannot tahan the foreigners living with us. Singaporeans need to be empowered to thrive, and the foreign workers and talents should empower us to thrive. We must leave a real legacy to our children, where our children will remain the majority in our country and continue to be masters of our own country and not be treated as lesser talents who are not hungry enough. My family moved out of our Punggol flat in June, and our boy misses our two Indian neighbor families very much, especially the 4 kids he used to run around and play with along the corridor. We call the corridor Sesame Street. One of the Indian neighbors is what the PAP likes to call foreign talent. To my family, they are simply Auntie Dipti and her family. They open their home and their hearts to us, and we open ours to them. They have been learning how to be more Singaporean while we learn more about Indian culture. They even went to the Workers' Party rally at Punggol East to learn about Singapore politics. Yesterday, my wife brought my boy to visit and play with the kids again on Sesame Street. Dipti cooked puri and chicken curry for my wife to bring back so that I can eat something after the Aljunied rally. I was hungry and it was delicious, so thank you, Dipti. I remember when I wore my army uniform to go for NS men service and walked past their flat, I told myself, Dipti and the family are worth defending too, because they have come to love Singapore and Singaporeans. Our population policy must be geared towards this outcome. The balance should not be that Singaporeans tahan foreigners and foreigners tahan Singaporeans, just so that a small elite can earn millions of dollars and we all hope for some kind of trickle down. We are a cosmopolitan people. We are an immigrant nation. And the balance should be on focusing on Singaporeans first and integrating foreigners who have come to love us so that they can also empower us. My fellow Singaporeans, I want my boy and our children to grow up in a Singapore where Singaporeans welcome foreigners into our home city and our homes because the foreigners respect and love us too. I want a Singapore where my boy and our children are inspired to aspire, filled with courage to go out into the world as foreign talent themselves, and empowered to persevere to realize their dreams. I want an economy where my boy and our children find dignity and fulfillment in their work, learn from their foreign counterparts, not replaced by them, and are empowered to strive for global leadership in their fields. I want a compassionate society where my boy will return home to visit his old but healthy papa, who is not treated as a burden and a problem, but as a fountain of wisdom and experience appreciated by the young. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope in 2 days you will join us and Singapore can be as one. Empower your future. Vote Workers' Party. Thank you.
Our next speaker of tonight is also a candidate of East Coast GRC. Let's welcome Mr. Gerald Young. My fellow Singaporeans and voters of East Coast GRC and Png Eng SMC, a very good evening to all. I want to start by thanking the residents of East Coast GRC and Png Eng SMC for your warm hospitality over the last few years. We've been visiting your homes and visiting you in the market. Thank you very much. Thank you for your encouraging words and the great conversations that we've had with both WP supporters as well as PAP supporters. Your words motivate us to serve you even harder. To all my Tamil speaking friends, Vanakkam. Para penghuni GRC East Coast dan SMC Png Eng, salam sejahtera. Keputusan pilihan raya kali ini dijangka sangat sengit. Tolonglah kami untuk mengungsi mesej kami kepada keluarga, teman-teman dan jiran-jiran anda. Sila berkongsi dengan mereka mengapa anda mengundi Parti Pekerja. Kongsilah dengan mereka mengapa anda melakukan perkara ini bukan hanya untuk diri anda, tetapi untuk anak-anak anda. Undilah Parti Pekerja memperkatakan masa depan anda. 各位东海岸集选区和凤山单选区的选民，晚上好。这次大选是新加坡50年来最重要的大选之一。东海岸和凤山是这次的主要战场。你们的选票会决定工人党除了后港、阿育尼和榜儿东之外，会不会赢得更多的选区。这次的战场将是非常激烈，请向你们的家人、邻居和朋友们解释，你们为什么支持工人党。向他们解释，我们在国会里一定要有足够的反对党议员，才能够确保行动党不可以为所欲为。告诉他们，你们投工人党一票，不只是为了自己，而是为了你们的孩子的未来。请投工人党一票，掌握民权，把握未来。
Mr. Khaw Boon Wan said at a PAP rally 2 days ago, this is what he said: "We all know how much damage a weak government paralyzed by constant debate can do to a country and to the people," unquote. I think this sums up very well what the PAP thinks about democracy and debate. They are not interested in debate. They want all of us, including the opposition, to agree with them. Even in Parliament, they get so kanchiong just when a few of us oppose a bill that we think is bad for Singapore. Even though they have a parliamentary majority to ram anything through. Imagine how much more responsive they will be to you if we have 12, 18 or 20 Workers' Party MPs in Parliament. Don't worry about weakening the PAP like they warn you. They don't need so many backbenchers. Some of that backbenchers hardly participate in Parliament. In the last Parliament, there were some PAP backbenchers who didn't even make one impactful speech. We don't need more cheerleaders in Parliament. We need more representatives who can think out of the PAP box and are bold enough to confront the government with the people's concerns. The problem we have in Singapore is not that we have too much debate, but too little debate on government policies that affect your lives. Look at the population policy paper. Look at the population policy in the decade before GE 2011. The PAP didn't table any population white paper for debate in Parliament. They just went ahead and let 1 million people in within a span of 10 years. It took a sharp loss of our unit for them to realize that our infrastructure was bursting at the seams and that Singaporeans felt they were losing their identity. My fellow Singaporeans, over the past 2 weeks, my colleagues and I from the Workers' Party have put forward many practical policy proposals for improving the lives of Singaporeans. Most of these are from our manifesto, which forms the blueprint of what we will push for in Parliament if we are elected. I trust that you can see that we are a party that has many serious, well thought through proposals to bring to Parliament. If more of us are elected, we are confident that Parliament will become more lively and a more effective forum for airing Singaporeans' concerns and arriving at better solutions for our nation's future. As this is my final speech in this election campaign, I want to talk to you about more than just policy proposals. I want to talk to you about what this election is really about. This election is about the future political direction we will take as a nation. The choice is in your hands. We could vote in a parliament that continues to have a small and under-resourced opposition, or we could vote for a parliament that has a strong alternative party that is able to give you more bargaining power over the government. We know the PAP is going to be returned to power on polling day. But do you know if there are going to be enough Workers' Party MPs to be that strong alternative voice for you in Parliament? Some of you may have received messages from the PAP and its supporters telling you that there's no need to check the PAP because they're doing such a great job. Now, even if you think the PAP has done a great job over the past 50 years, can you be sure that future generations of PAP leaders can match the ability and drive of Mr. Lee Kuan Yew and his pioneer cabinet colleagues? Looking at the current batch of PAP candidates, do you see any Lee Kuan Yews or Goh Keng Swees or S. Rajaratnams in them? So the question is, are you willing to place the future of your children entirely in the hands of the PAP of 2015? We need to build up institutions to guard against future government failure. We all know we need to buy insurance before something bad happens, not after. It's the same for government. We need to slowly build up a credible alternative party so that if the ruling party fails, the alternative can step in and take its place, and Singapore will continue to progress and thrive. This process could take years and many election cycles. The Workers' Party has started this process of building with your help. In this election, we need to work together to continue building a credible alternative. 2 is not enough. 7 is not enough. We need many more MPs in Parliament to change the political balance in Singapore. Voters of East Coast GRC and Png Eng Huat SMC, this is one of the most important elections in Singapore's short history. It is the first election since independence where all constituencies are being contested. It is the first election since the watershed election of GE2011, where we saw a breakthrough in our unit GRC. East Coast and Png Eng are at the front lines of this battle. We are at the tipping point of political progress in Singapore. Your vote will determine whether the opposition can make inroads beyond Hougang, Aljunied and Punggol East. The election results are expected to be very close. We ask for your help to spread the word to your family, friends and neighbors. Please share with them why you are voting for the Workers' Party. Share with them why it is important to ensure that there are enough credible and responsible opposition MPs in Parliament to check the power of the PAP. Share with them why this election is our best chance to end the one-party state dominance of the PAP. Share with them why you are doing it, not just for yourself, but for your children and their future. Come September 11th, vote for the Workers' Party and vote to empower your future. Thank you. Our next speaker tonight is our candidate for Punggol East SMC. Let's welcome Miss Lee Lee Lian.
Good evening, Singaporeans. We have come to our last rally. Thank you. Me too. Now we know that you have taken precious time to be here. On behalf of the Workers' Party, we thank you very much for coming. Thank you. In the past 9 days, we have worked hand in hand with a group of trusted and passionate volunteers who came from all walks of life, from age 20 all the way to 70. They were there for us when we were elected in 2011, 2012 and 2013, and have been helping us in our MPS, house visits, parliamentary work as well as grassroots activities. When the election was called, they stepped up readily to offer help. Some took leave from work while others tried to help around work schedule. We are very grateful for their support. We wouldn't be standing here today if not for them. And of course, our family, our strongest supporter. I would like to thank every one of them very, very much for their hard work. Thank you. Our volunteers are truly testament to changing times. There was a time where opposition parties had only a handful of volunteers.
people were fearful or suspicious. Even if they wanted to help, they were cautious about getting too involved. Today, people are brave. They are willing to come forward because of what they believe in, to openly support us because they want to see change, because they believe the country needs to head in a different direction, because they want to empower their future. It is the same for all of you here today, our supporters and residents who are curious about what we have to say. This is all part of empowering your future and getting involved. Having a stake in your country, and this is what motivates us to stand here today. In the last 2.5 years of being an MP, I have dedicated time to bring up issues that matter to you, both national as well as municipal. Many of the parliamentary questions I filed are from listening to your concerns and feedback during my house visits. Now, the government is always complaining that we do not have good proposals and ideas. I want to share with you some of the ideas that the government implemented, which is similar to ours. Many of the policy changes that took place after GE2011 corresponded with our GE2011 manifesto proposals. Number one, in our manifesto for 2011, we say, to recognize the important role of fathers in sharing the responsibilities of infant care, paternity leave of at least 6 days, half of which will be funded by the government, should be introduced. And guess what? From 2013, working and self-employed fathers are entitled to 1 week of government-paid maternity leave for all births. Mothers, isn't this great? Number two, in our manifesto for 2011, we say, employers should give priority to hiring Singaporeans. Foreign manpower should primarily be employed in positions Singaporeans are not able to fill. In 2014, fair consideration framework to encourage employers to consider Singaporeans fairly for open positions was implemented. Number three, in our manifesto for 2011, we say, to make public transport affordable to the disabled, the government should fund disabled transport concessions in line with the best practices in other countries. Civil society has been calling for this change for more than 10 years. Transport concession for the disabled was finally implemented in mid-2014. Next, the plight of single mothers was brought up repeatedly in Parliament as well as by civil society. This group of mothers is not at all recognized as mothers with children to take care of simply because they are unmarried. Finally, in May 2013, the government announced that single mothers will be entitled to take childcare and infant care leave. However, we know that there are other things they are not entitled to, such as tax relief, family nucleus for buying HDB flat, and 16 weeks of maternity leave. What the PAP is missing in this is empathy, not just for the mother, but for the child as well. A single mother requires more support, not less, to raise a healthy, financially and emotionally supported child. Mr. Tan Chuan Jin recently announced that this discrimination against single mothers would be reviewed, and we look forward to more good news. Ladies and gentlemen, this collective weight has seen the government scale back and listens to you where they were not listening before. What this goes to show is that only by speaking up continuously, relentlessly and persistently, only by reminding the government of issues that are affecting Singaporeans, will they hear you. If you do not speak up, you cannot be angry that your voice has not been heard. And the Workers' Party and I are here to make sure they hear you. Fellow Singaporeans, this is the power of your vote. Your vote can change things. Your vote can correct things. Your vote can empower your future. Tomorrow is cooling off day. Take this time to think about the kind of future you want for your children and grandchildren. Take this time to reflect on what we have shared during our rallies and the work we have done over the years. On September 11, empower your future and the future of Singapore by voting in the Workers' Party in Aljunied, Hougang, Marine Parade, Nisun, Fengshan, MacPherson, Sengkang West, Jalan Besar, East Coast, and Go Family, Lily Land, in Singapore. I say, vote with your fear, fearlessly. Vote for Workers' Party, empower your future.
The next speaker is from Hougang SMC, Mr. Png Eng Huat.
I always wanted to do this. Voila! Không ngại ai thì Xuân Ninh, Phần Sang thì Xuân Ninh, và khu này Xuân Ninh, đại kế hô!今天我用什麼福建甲人解釋甲你有年紀人解釋講投票嘅代志投票是秘密嘅，你知無？知投票是秘密嘅。有人問我人安怎投票到加一個字，有一段，因為你行登記去投票嘅所在咱會給你查到一個號碼。呢個號碼有作用嘅。叫買票啊？無啦，迄號碼唔使你買票啦。迄個號碼，敢若 OK， 敢若暗暝咱算票的時陣無？算票的時陣，敢若一區人有1000票，算到來有1500票。咱就拿这個號碼來查，所以這個號碼唔是講愛查你的，這個號碼是拿來用，敢若有一款代志發生，你會使查，敢若有人來做卡手串。講第二項呢，第二項真重要是這擺伊投票的單有上頭了咧，個手邊有放咱人的上頭。正手邊有幫咱擋的伊的招牌，甲有一個四四方方的所在，你有一個叉，你有伊的叉，用伊四四方方內面都有一個叉，看工人擋咧有一個叉，你看一個叉，有人為2塊啦，有人為什麼看賣有時咱會算啦，我一個使，你買有一個叉，放喺伊上頭，買個有一個叉你迄無把價咧，買你看閣一個是。你無輸甲比你不買個為物件佇兜算咱的票咧有百家咧，我捌看人有陽光佇內面我袂使講什麼陽光嘛，有陽光所以你咱投票時陣有真濟款的，你入去伊的投票中心的時陣，因來問你講，看你的登記了，甲你講，你去這條是 A， 這條是 B， 這條是 C。所以有時人會問我講，安怎大擺幾號去 A， 安尼會知影有人壓 A 人面是大擺幾號嗎？這裡有人到算票時陣A、B、C 開起來的，伊放喺伊大桌頂攏總參，所以 A、B、C 是參，因為是行到敢若一個人無，所以才分開啦。 两紧的啦，所以你去投，叫你去 A， 你 A 写完了，你出来哦，你无爽，你该放入 B 落去。哦，你认为讲啊 C 是你 lucky 的 number， 你放 C 落。哦，我拢总参的啦，哦，你免烦恼。啊，查名的时阵哦，人会报你的名出来，会较大声。哦，物件伊报大声，对方斗两个人坐掉，一个是 BAB 代表 JB， 一个是代表工人党。伊来听名，其中人斗一单嘛，我有一单查嘛，所以我名人查。啊，有时哦 ，BAB 的人会画伊的名倒转的，伊无作用的，伊只是画欢喜尔啦吼。伊画夯啦，真歹会夯着，好不好？所以会记9月12号哦。投票，这摆投票无上了上头，莫为上头吼，就是为伊到白白的所在，互你为一个差，哦，连投票是秘密的啦，哦，安心，投票是秘密的。即摆我用韩国话来演讲者吼。My fellow Singaporeans, voters of East Coast and Fengshan, it's good to meet again. I hope we'll see each other more often after September 11. I have fond memories campaigning here in GE 2011. There were residents who opened up their doors for us to rest our tired feet, freshen up and quench our thirst. I remember a resident stopped us in one of the car parks to pray for us. It is heartwarming. The Workers' Party has returned to East Coast and Fengshan with a stronger team. And I dare say we are on par with the PAP slate. If not, we are better. Not so Png for Mr. Lim Swee say now. Our team is better. We have Jong, Daniel Goh, Fairoz and Pereira, and they are all ready to serve you in East Coast. We have Dennis Tan, and he's ready to serve you in Fengshan. So come September 11, vote Workers' Party and send them into Parliament. I read in the newspaper today that the Prime Minister said he read in the newspaper that I said there is no need for a government if the civil service is functioning. He ended his remark and said that if the Workers' Party were to form the government of Singapore one day, in his word, liao, finish. I read in the newspaper only, then he also read in the newspaper. So I think we should all stop reading the newspaper. My speech on September 4th is about revolving door politics, which DPF Teo Chee Hian spoke about in Parliament. Different party may form different government after each election. I said, if the PAP were to lose power one day, life will still go on because we have a good civil service. There will be a government, not that there is no need for a government, except that the government is not white anymore. My speech is posted online and I encourage the Prime Minister to read it. Don't read the newspaper. Tomorrow is cooling off day. It is time for us to reflect on what this election is all about. This election is about the future we want for Singapore and our children. A future that's built on values that matter. Values like justice, equality and fairness. Those values must be non-negotiable. The PAP said our society is a meritocratic society, so may the best men win. In Aljunied, Hougang and Punggol East, the best men and women won, but they could neither use the community club nor support the holding of trade fairs. Where is the fairness in the system? In GE 2011, I witnessed something at the counting center. there was a vote with a faint cross marking the box for the Workers' Party. The Assistant Returning Officer of the ARO rejected the vote, saying that the intention is not clear. The cross is like very wavy. And when there was another vote of similar marking for the PAP, the ARO wanted to count that vote for the PAP. At that point in time, we already knew we lost East Coast, but I refused to yield until that vote was also rejected. Because justice must prevail. If you give the PAP a strong mandate on September 11, the party will continue to control everything in your life. From what you read in the newspapers, to what you watch on TV, to how much your own retirement money you can have each month, the power of the PAP is unimaginable. The PAP uses its absolute power to remain in power, and we will change that. You will change that. And together, we will change that. As I said before, it has to be a big change. Else, nothing else will change at all. But if you give the Workers' Party a strong mandate, it will send a signal that any party that wants to govern Singapore must respect the wishes of the people and walk the talk to build an inclusive society based on race, regardless of race, language, religion, and political affiliation. And if you give the Workers' Party a strong mandate, it will send a clear signal to the young and passionate team on stage with me now that there is hope for change, and change is just round the corner. It will inspire more young and passionate people to come forward to serve the nation if you give the Workers' Party a strong mandate. My fellow Singaporeans, no amount of debate or persuasion will change the mindset of the PAP government, but the vote in your hand will. So come September 11, vote Workers' Party. I can see thousands of people from this stage. And I know you are here not just for the fun of it, but you are here tonight because you want to see real change. So come polling day, vote Workers' Party because your vote is a vote for democracy. Vote Workers' Party because your vote is a vote for justice. And vote Workers' Party because your vote is a vote for equality. All these values are enshrined in our pledge. And more than anything else, your vote is a vote for your children, our children, and our future generation. Vote Workers' Party, empower your future.
各位选民，大家晚上好。Good evening, dear voters of East Coast, Fengshan, and from all over Singapore. Before I move on to my topic for this last rally, I would like to remind everyone about some unfinished business in this election campaign. This relates to Punggol East SMC and its merger into alternate outcome Punggol East Town in 2013. On 28 August, PAP candidate for Punggol East Charles Jong told the media that at the time that PAP handed over Punggol East SMC to the Workers' Party, the Town Council had a surplus of $1 million. On 5th September, at our rally at Punggol East, Mr. Lau Tia Kiam said that instead of a surplus, the statement of accounts handed over by Pasir Ris Punggol Town Council showed a deficit of $282,000 at the point of merger. That same evening, we released the relevant page of the accounts signed by their Town Council Chairman, Zainal Sapari. The next day, Mr. Zainal Sapari insisted that they handed us a surplus, not of 1 million, but 21,000. On Sunday, 6 September, PAP Organizing Secretary Dr. Png Eng Huat promised that the PAP would issue a definitive clarification that would put on record and out of doubt what the clear financial position was. He said, and I quote, "We have very good audited accounts. The facts will speak for themselves, and if Mr. Lau agrees on the facts, he may have to issue a correction. I hope he is gentlemanly enough to accept that what he said was wrong in this regard," unquote. DPM Teo Chee Hian and then Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong accused the Workers' Party. They accused the Workers' Party of selective reading by referring only to one page of the 20-something pages of audited accounts. Yesterday, we uploaded the entire 25-page audit report on Punggol East, prepared by the Pasir Ris Punggol Town Council on our council's website. Today is the last day of campaigning, 9 September. There are just 2.5 hours more before cooling off day starts. We are still waiting for the PAP to come back on the definitive clarification. Can they tell us which page out of the 25 pages we should look at? Where can we find the $1 million surplus that Charles Chong spoke about? Or could it be that the PAP has tried to mislead the public and damage HPTC again? Will someone from the PAP be gentlemanly enough to tell us the facts? If the PAP have no good answers, it is not the Workers' Party that is finished. It is the PAP that is finished. Liao, finish! For the final rally tonight, I want to talk about something very fundamental. I want to speak about happiness and a better life. It is about the quality of life. After the last general election, my first speech in the new parliament was about happiness. I asked whether the government would change its direction to take into account other factors besides economic indicators to measure society was doing well or not. In particular, I highlighted there had been much international interest in coming up with indicators like Bhutan's gross national happiness. Even at the United Nations, the Singapore government co-sponsored a resolution in 2011 that recognized that the pursuit of happiness is a fundamental human goal and that the gross domestic product indicator, by nature, was not designed to and does not adequately reflect the happiness and well-being of people in a country. The UN member states were invited to come up with additional measures that better capture the importance of the pursuit of happiness and well-being in development with a view to guiding their policy making. In Parliament, I asked whether Singapore should come up with its own direction of how we want to measure our nation's happiness. After all, our national pledge does clearly say that whatever we do is so as to achieve happiness, prosperity, and progress for our nation. When the PAP heard my speech on happiness, they basically attacked it and made fun of it. One of the PAP office holders came up to me during the break and said, "How come your speech like that?" During the debate, there were even jokes made about Bhutan. So what's new? This is typical PAP arrogance, to make fun of others. The PAP seems uncomfortable with talking about happiness. Perhaps they are more familiar with sadness, since we see Mr. Lim Boon Heng and Mr. Lim Swee Say crying in public ever so often. What we need is a new compass to guide the country's direction. Economic progress is important, but it is equally important to measure collective happiness and long-term sustainability. So what if the country's GDP is high, if our income inequality is also high? So what if we have high GDP, but spend hours in traffic jams due to overcrowding? So what if our city has iconic casinos, but chronic gambling is inflicting misery on families? So what if there is constant urban renewal, but we have forgotten our heritage and our roots? The other day, I was at a public hospital at the Accident and Emergency Department. I was in the large observation room where there must have been around 30 people waiting to be warded. The notice at the A&E entrance said that the wait time for a ward bed was more than 20 hours. The patients waiting to be warded included many elderly people who could not sleep due to the constant movement around them and the bright lights that were turned on 24 hours. I saw an elderly gentleman beckon a nurse and ask, "How long more must I wait? I came here to get better, not to get worse." Some relatives who waited with their loved ones overnight recognized me and came over. One of them asked me, "Why is the government giving away so much money at SG50 when there are more important things to spend money on?" Clearly, somebody did not plan for an aging population. Perhaps someone was trying to save government money, but is money everything? Besides having economic goals, Singapore should take up the challenge of constructing a new compass to chart our country's direction. Many countries have already started to do this. Bhutan emphasizes the preservation of culture, preservation of the environment, and good governance. The advanced economies of the OECD have each come up with a framework of 11 dimensions to assess the well-being of their people. These dimensions include the quality of the environment, work-life balance, and civic engagement and governance. Singapore must start having its own compass to remind the government of the non-economic factors it must bear in mind if Singaporeans are to live happy lives. We want a Singapore not for the short term, but a Singapore that is authentic, resilient, and endures for generations to come. My friends, polling day is just 2 days away. Please reflect on how the PAP has placed economic growth at the expense of your happiness. This election, send a message to the PAP that they must place Singaporeans' happiness at the center of what they do. Tell the PAP that we don't always need to be richer. We just want a better life. Empower your future. Vote for the Workers' Party.
Thank you, Sylvia. The final speaker for tonight is the Secretary General of the Workers' Party, Mr. Lau Tia Kiang.
各位工人党的支持者，大家好。前面的观众可以坐下来吗？这样后面可以看得到。谢谢。我好。A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight is the final rally of the Workers' Party campaign in this election. I would like to introduce to you the slate of candidates of the Workers' Party besides Ajunit, Hougang and Punggol East. I think you know the candidates. 今晚呢是我们工人党在这次大选最后的一场群众大会。我呢要在此介绍我们工人党这一次大选的竞选团队，除了阿育尼、后港、板河东的候选人之外，我想大家都认识他们。首先我要介绍的是我们义顺蓟选区的竞选团队，黎顺蓟。Sarah Dennis Low, Luke Cole, Gunvik Singh. Thank you for your support. The next, we have the Marine Parade. 我们马林海列蓟选区的候选团队 ，It is led by NCNT He Ting Ru, He Ting Ru, Fairoz, Pereira. Vote for them. Thank you. 接下来是惹兰乌萨蓟选区的团队 The Jalan Besar Team. The team is led by Soma. Frida Chen. Adrian Chen, Rizwan. Thank you. Vote for Workers' Party. Yes. There we 的 East Coast Team， 东海岸竞选区的团队。I will introduce them later. Then we have SMC， 我们有单选区的候选人。We have Sengkang West， 郭春亮、李俊荣。麦波生 ，McPherson SMC， Chen， 张家义。Then we have Hong Shan， Danny Chen。各位选民，2011年的大选，我呼吁新加坡人投工人党一票，引领新加坡迈向第一世界国会。我们已经踏出了一大步。使政府不得不正视人民面对的生活困境，改变政策，作出回应。政府在公共住屋、医疗保障、社会福利和外来人口方面，做出了政策急转弯，缓和了人民所面对的生活困境和焦虑。我感到很安慰，但是这只是一个开始，我们还需要进一步加强政府在各项政策的调整，并重新探讨新加坡在未来50年的发展方向。工人党希望可以通过一个平衡的国会和完善的政治系统，达到一个公正平等的民主社会。以确保我们的子孙在未来有一个持久昌盛的新加坡，国会必须能够代表社会中不同阶层的人、不同的群体和不同层面的社会价值观，这样一来，才能使人民充满信心，勇敢发挥自己的才华。多年来，新加坡都处于一党专政的状况，许多政策只根据执政党的意愿在国会通过，强制执行，不少人受到政策的影响和冲击。当年南洋大学被关闭，我看到了一个过度强大政府的危险。我当老师的时候，看到了我的学生在分流制度下无法继续升学，在不公平的制度下，年轻人受害。虽然我通过各方面的管道反映意见，却无法改变这一切。当时的我感到无所适从，也很无奈，所以我决定加入工人党，希望通过新加坡民主政治的程序，使政府听到我的声音而做出改变。我在 1982年加入工人党，1988年第一次参选，1991年中选成为后港区国会议员。在此后的20年里，在国会，我参与了无数的辩论，提出了数不清的意见，但是政府不为所动。这使我领悟到，其实单在国会发出声音，不一定能令政策改变。只有政治上的竞争，才能够让政府正视民生的问题而做出反应。过去50年，因为行动党长久执政，拥有政府的权力，他们就以各种手段使其他政党无法跟他们竞争。不论人民是通过其他管道诉求，或者是民间的反馈，执政党都只是听，但却没有做出反应，改变政策。听到，但是没有听进去。所以，我接手工人党秘书长之后，致力于发展工人党，有了今天的规模，让选民有所选择。除了我们所有的候选人，工人党凤山单选区和东海岸区选区的候选人，大家都是你可靠的选择。凤山当选区的候选人陈立峰，他是一名有专业执照的海事律师，虽然资历很高，但是脚踏实地。我对他的印象深刻，因为他在基层帮忙。当我们的基层组织跟工人党主办活动的时候呢，他都亲力亲为，搬椅子、搬桌子的琐碎事，他都乐意帮忙，态度谦逊。接下来，让我来介绍这一区东海岸区选区的团队。严彦松，他在美国大学毕业之后，在南洋理工大学考取国际政治经济学硕士学位。他也曾经在外交部工作。他在2009年加入工人党，他当了4年的非选区议员，在国会里积极参与辩论。我相信大家对他不陌生。吴佩松博士，他是 新加坡国立大学社会学系的副教授。他专门研究社会学，对一个社会的结构和发展的见解有深度。还有呢 ，Fairoz， 法洛什考获新加坡国立大学硕士学位。为了参加这次的大选，他必须辞去国家图书馆的工作，献身精神可嘉。贝里安 Pereira， 他是公共服务委员会奖学金得主，在英国牛津大学考获政治、哲学与经济的双重荣誉学位。他曾经在新加坡经济发展局工作 （EDB）， 在90年代中期负责新加坡经济区域化政策的策划。现在是一间国际研究咨询公司的总裁。他对新加坡经济政策的认识有一定的深度。各位选民，咱工人党嘅候选人是会使嘅。大家就要投伊一票，送伊一国会。咱工人党有新界国会议员入国会，国会人议员也是如来如在。踢推才会假棒。我要告诉大家的是，这一组候选人。东海岸竞选区的团队是制定这一次工人党竞选政纲的主要策划人，当然还有其他的策划者。他们拥有不同领域的知识，也有不同的工作经验。我相信他们有能力研究与检讨政策，也能够在国会辩论政策。如果他们中选进入国会，必定能够加强工人党的论证能力。参与国会的辩论，其实是压力很大的事。我们所面对的不只是行动党的议员，还有部长。这些部长的背后是整个政府部门，有强大的国家机器和资源为他们找资料，提供反驳的论点。行动党在国会中的其他同僚也会帮忙反驳。 我们目前在3届国会有9个工人党议员，包括非选区议员9个，但是我们要应付20个行动党的议员的部长。要有效的在国会里和行动党辩论，工人党需要有一定的议员人数，才能够在国会里发出够响亮的声音。政府才会认真看待人民的意见。更重要的是，因为有了一定的实力，行动党也知道，不只是在国会辩论，在大选时也会面对挑战，他才会认真解决人民所面对的问题。这一次的大选，是我自1982年从政以来参加的第7届大选，我已经从政33年。2011年大选之后，工人党才有今天的规模，才有办法推出更有素质的候选人，可以让你选择成为你国会的代议士。如今的工人党是一个有组织的政党，我们能够以集体的力量在国会代表新加坡人提出不同的意见，和执政党辩论政策，为人民谋福利。但是要工人党能够在国会里扮演这样的角色，必须得到选民的支持和委托，才能够使我们有一个更平衡的国会，提升国会的论政效率，同时鞭策政府制定有利于新加坡的政策。在民主政治体制下，拥有一个理性而且负责任的反对党来监督政府，能够体现国家政治体系的稳定，也会使外国的投资者对新加坡的未来更有信心。所以9月11号投工人党一票，掌握民权，把握未来。我们工人党致力于建设公正平等的民主社会，所以呢，我邀请大家和我们一起念信愿。The Workers' Party wish to contribute to build a democratic society based on justice and equality. Please join us to recite the pledge. The chairman of the party will lead the recitation.
We, the citizens of Singapore, pledge ourselves as one united people, regardless of race, language, or religion, to build a democratic society based on justice and equality, achieve happiness, prosperity, and progress for our nation.
Members of the Workers' Party, volunteers, and helpers and supporters for your hard work for the past 8 days and many preparation work. And thank you very much for all of you following us for these 98 days of rally. I also like to thank the media professionals who have been working hard to covering our news. And finally, also the police for facilitating the rally and maintaining order. Thank you. 各位，共产党最后一场的群众大会就到此结束，感谢大家这么多天来的支持。我在此，共产党在此祝福大家身体健康，生活愉快，事业有成。谢谢，晚安，不在。
So right now behind me you can see everyone is chanting Workers' Party, and that concludes the 8th night at Bedok Stadium right here for our general election rallies. So just now, right before the end of the rally, Chairman Sylvia Lim led the party together with all rally attendees to recite the Singapore Pledge. And we can see that tonight is probably the biggest rally that Workers' Party has ever organized for the 2015 general elections. So maybe let's just ask, let's maybe try to get interview some people on the ground. So right now, the party is actually taking their leave out out of the stadium, and you can still see that many of the audience behind me are still waiting for them to leave. This shows actually how enthusiastic the crowd is for tonight, and tonight has probably seen the biggest attendance for this Workers' Party's rally, with some of the attendees being stuck right outside the stadium just now and unable to enter the rally site. So let's speak to some people. Can we ask you some questions? Can we ask you some questions? Okay. Let me try the other side. Come. Can we ask you a couple of questions from Happy TV? So can we ask you a few questions from Happy TV? No? Okay. Let's try that. It's a little hard to get people to speak right now. A few questions from Happy TV. Just a few questions about the rally. Yeah, is it your first time to the Workers' Party rally?
No, not at all.
And so how do you find the rally just now?
It was rousing, it's good, and look at the supporters, I guess.
Are you living in a constituency that is...
No, I'm not. Yeah.
Okay. But what do you think about the proposals that were tossed out just now during some of the speeches?
I don't really catch much of a proposal. I don't think this rally was about this anything about policies, but I guess it is about numbers in the parliament. So that is the basis that we'll go on first.
So you know, for this election, for this campaigning period, the PAP has been attacking the Workers' Party for its management of the town council. Do you think it has been fair to Workers' Party in terms of how the things that have been talked about in the media?
No, for the town council issues, I'm not really into it. Basically, I think this is the first time an opposition have got a GRC. So definitely, given 5 years, I'm not too sure if it's really enough to manage this GRC. But if the opposition party is still continuing to manage Hougang, this HPTCC, and for the next 5 years they still couldn't get it right, then I guess the voters will decide.
So do you think we have a credible opposition in Singapore at this time, compared to maybe 4 years ago during the general elections 2011?
The profile of the candidate certainly looks better in terms of academic qualification and the way they speak. So I guess so, yes.
And will that affect your decision on who to vote for this election? In terms of the academic qualifications, you know what you mentioned earlier.
Basically, it's about the proposals and what the policies, the manifestos show. That will decide where I'll vote.
So, just a final question: do you actually already know who you are voting for, or you're still taking cooling off day tomorrow to decide?
Yeah, yes, that's right. The cooling off day will be the day to review, as per what all political parties are saying. Take these days, look through what everybody is saying, what they're proposing, and then make a decision.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Trying to find a couple more interviews. Can I ask you a few questions about the rally? Sure. Is it your first time to a Workers' Party rally?
No. I've been to a lot of Workers' Party videos, rallies, but not this year. This is my first one this year, but for as long as I can remember, my dad and I will go to rallies.
Do you live in a constituency that's contested by WP?
Yeah, I stay in Hougang.
Okay, and so Mr. Png Eng Huat has been your MP for the past couple of years.
Yes.
So how do you find the rally tonight?
Awesome. Just one word, awesome.
And compared to the rest of the Workers' Party's rallies that you've been to, is this today's any different from what has been in the past?
I mean, sure, the issues has always been the same, because the thing is that Singapore is not progressing fast enough. So as one of the next generation voters, it's not, I mean, what they stand for is what I've been standing for a long time.
So as a voter, how will you decide who to vote for in an election?
The one that's closer to my heart, you know? Because like, if I cannot relate to them, why vote for them?
So what are the issues that are of concern for you for this general election?
Okay, first of all, I would say that it is more like the fact that, let's say my generation, we're going to start working. So the other thing is that a recession is going to come up soon. So, you know, that's going to affect us. And then what if I can't get a job? I mean, what if I want to stay in Singapore but I can't get a job? Kind of things. This kind of jobs are like very important to me. And also like, okay, I'm still very young, so I wouldn't say about CPF because, you know,
and you know the WP has been talking about a lot about policies, things such as like, for example, the government has not been giving the people their hard-earned money in the case of CPF, for example, and maybe not having a Singaporeans first policies. Do you agree with that?
I mean, like, you know, you can see clearly when you walk down the street. Let's just say if you go to Ion, okay, and then you walk further down, you will see what's that? What we call Pinoy's world, right? In a sense. So over there, there's really a lot of people, and then there's a new article online. They were saying that foreigners are saying that Singaporeans are stealing their jobs in Singapore, which makes no sense. Yeah. So that really affects.
Thank you.
First